What's up, crew? How's everyone doing? Happy Tuesday. Hope everyone's doing well. You guys, I go on a couple day trip. You guys just get wild with the market. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do here. A pretty big level. Oh, I saw Mario in here. Maria, what's up, Miami? How's everyone doing? Feels good to be at my house finally. A lot of travel the last 2 weeks. How's the market been treating you guys? Frozzy, what's up? It's been actually pretty kind to me, but it's been interesting. Grambo, what's going on? As you can see, I got a little dad duty going on here the first few minutes of the market, but that's not going to slow us down. What's up, Craig? KV sliding in here. Have you guys Ondus this green? Ondus is trying to turn into like the next like FinTwit favorite. I'm starting to see everybody talking about it now. When taco, Craig, this is the question of the day. Yields are blowing out. 10 years way up here at 4.3. What's the 30? If the 30-year gets near 5, yeah, 30 years almost at 5. That's usually, I mean, when Trump talked before, when yields started blowing out, so 30-year bonds, 10-year bonds, I mean, that was, boy, silver and gold are still going. That is incredible. See where some of these names are at this morning. Hold on one second, because this is my short zone. Yeah, this is, let's see. Kind of interesting with the short day yesterday. Yeah, Japan. Japan kind of doing its crazy thing too. Got a little short scalp right here. We can get back to like 280. $300. 265. Maybe we can get to 265. Might be a little early. Where's ES? 6,900. There we go. Just go break even on the stop here. Trim here. All right, nice. We're coming back with a hot hand. It's $300 on this no matter what. Let's see if we can get down to 235, maybe 265, 235. But that's a nice little scalp short right there off that zone. You see the zone right here. With one arm, with the baby in the left arm. This is previous day low 237. That's where I want to trim next. I feel like 240. Trim one there. Where did we really bounce last night? 135, that next. So like, look, this is fib to fib. I can show it a little bit better here in a minute. Basically fib to fib. So from this this move up right here, you see like half back. This is the golden retrace right here, and this is the 786, this 135, and like that's what we were just playing around with yesterday. This 330 is the golden retrace. Bounced there, rejected a bunch of times, and then held it. And then once we came through it, we just back tested it. But when we lost it, we went to the next fib and we came back to this one. It's very common. I'm going to get stopped out here and profit. Maybe 333. I would not be surprised to see this retrace back higher. I know like everyone's probably looking at this wanting to go short. All right, I got stopped out for 300. Little $300 scalp right there to start the day. Get a little something under the belt. What's happening at 10 o'clock, Maria? I heard a lot of people talking about it. I was traveling yesterday, getting caught up on a bunch of stuff once I got back home. So data wise, and I know it's like Trump comments and something else, right? From Davos. But data wise, we don't really have anything to worry about today. No 10 a.m. data today. I still think you could still be short up the same area. I just wanted to lock in profit there. Coming back from a vacation. What's up, baby girl? Huh? What's up, baby girl? What's up? Yeah, what's up, baby girl? Okay. This 330 to 380 is my pivot zone today. Rejecting where we just rejected. I look back for the lows, get over that, and I think it's higher. Probably could have held that short. Yeah. I'm going to take it easy. I think we're going lower here, but I'm going to take it easy. I had these marked, these other levels. It's 222. I don't know what I have it marked from. I think that was from that Friday I was at Starbucks with you guys. Supreme Court opinions, more opinions, maybe the tariff case. Should test previous session low right here and then see what happens. Because it was kind of a weird day, like the previous session stuff is kind of strange. Well, that would have been about a 100-point trade if I would have held, but it wasn't worth the risk on the upside to me to hold that. Let me check NDX here. Okay, so we're back under a gap fill. That's interesting. So here's the gap fill over here. And we dipped into like the middle of it and bounced. Now we're back under it. We're on the golden retrace right now. So this is a big level, right where we're sitting. This is the golden retrace on NDX. And 25.010, so about 110 points lower is the next gap fill that we left right here. So that's the two things to watch. Yeah, VIX is back at 20, basically 19 and change. What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? VIX back at 20. Let me zoom in on this. So look at this golden retrace right here on NDX holding. So if you go to NDX, just the RTH right there, that level we're bouncing off of, it's 25.116 on NDX. That is the golden retrace of like RTH. There is a gap fill to deal with a little bit lower. Below this, it's 120 points down. But if it holds there, it should go back up to Wednesday's low? That would take you back to the halfback, 25.260. So about 70 points higher from here. So a little bit higher than where we were at the open. What happened? What happened? What happened? Yeah, I think if you clear that high of day, and you go up nicely. On ES, well, let's take a look on SPX. ES. What? Mommy needs to hurry up. So there may be a little drift with this, but 68.28 was this gap fill. There's another one even lower, but right here is 26.68. SPX. Well, it's much lower on SPX. So it's like 75 points lower. I think this is going to push back up here. It just makes the most sense to me. Right at that. We're just sitting at the halfback of this range from December, mid-December. Wouldn't be surprised a day like this for us to like work our way back up and then fade later. Once you get that kind of a downside move, you almost like start to get some shorts covering or some longs that are dip buying. Hang in there with me, guys. I got dad duty real fast. Bullish Bear, it was a good weekend. I was traveling, doing a lot of stuff out there in Tennessee, and got back yesterday. It was a pretty quick travel day, but boy, it was exhausting. I had to wake up so early to go to the airport. Knoxville's airport was tiny and crowded as crap. There were so many people there. How was yours? Did you have a good weekend? Let me see if I can get her to kind of fall asleep here. I like the little scalp I got in. I don't like these two zones we're trading in between, so it's probably best case scenario. She's probably saving me money right now. Meta bouncing off of 600 is interesting, just right at 600. The video looks kind of rough. This little soccer tournament, Bullish Bear. Boy, I bet it was cold. I don't know where you're at, but pretty much everywhere in the U.S. was freezing, unless you're in California or maybe like South Florida. Like, boy, everything. Watching the video here at pre-market low in this 180. If it kind of holds here, maybe some bottom wicks or so. We're holding the EMAs, by the way, on the 5-minute. These EMAs creeping up here, holding still. Oh, you're in Florida. It was all right. Okay. All right, we might have somebody asleep over here. That's a good sign. Oh, well, shout out to the crew. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. There's a new high. So I'm glad I didn't try to short that again. I actually expect NDX to go to like 260 here. I expect like 40 points higher here. I think we're going to 400. All right, guys, helps here. Let me pass off the baby. And then let's make some money together. All right, now we're fully locked in, team. There's decent size filling here, right? It's kind of weird, though. It's like spotty, but there's like 40 and 50 lots. I think NQ, you hold 330 here and you go to 400, 430. Probably 400. The NDX looks pretty clear to me to 260 at least here. So it's what, 50 points higher? I don't just love it because it's still my pivot zone. It's probably worth a shot. Right there, long. Where are we on this daily? I basically touched the 50-day at the low of day. Not quite. It's close. SPX about 6 points above it. ES is very weak. I think NDX is going to carry us. See if we can get to that 385. But 397 is yesterday's kind of close for futures, at least. I think I want to scalp the long right here. I don't like it under 330 though. It's basically the same long I took on the plane yesterday. See, this VIX over 19, you don't need a whole lot of size. These 50, 60 point candles here. Come on, get a push, get a push. Let's see, 30-minute orb's about to set. I don't like what NVIDIA's doing, but it's still sitting here holding in. I like where Meta came off of. Google, Amazon trying to push a little. Walmart's green, how about that? AMD new high. No, I don't know if this is gonna. The video just made a new low. What is it? SPX is 850 needs to get. Yeah. There you go. Come on, push. There we go. Push. Get up there to that 380. When NVIDIA's clinging to that 180 with its dear life. There's 100 lot sitting at 360. Oh. Oh. What was that slap? There's your 30 minutes. With a 5-minute NDX is literally just back and forth in this range. 50-point range, just back and forth every 5-minute candle. ES is dropping. SPX looks bad. What's dropping? What's dropping the S&P so hard? Is banks? The yield's blowing out? Yeah. Boy, all your crypto names are getting smoked. Whoa. Dude, these candles are like glitching. I don't like what this looks like. Looks like it looks like NQ is rejecting that 330 to 370 zone, 380. SPX is trying to break the orb low here. We're still over the EMAs. I feel like I want to wait for it to get away from this spot. But I do think it can get a push here. Yeah, that 15-minute looks bad. Yeah, banks are getting hit. You just blast this thing to 400 and then find out if it's going to reject or not. ENS, wow. ENS just going. Somebody mentioned Micron earlier. Oh my gosh, Micron is still going? Come on, send it, send it. Why is my computer using? It cannot get off its back. People don't know what to do. They're like, do I short it? Do I buy the dip? Dude, this is wild. This is, yeah. It's the, this thing could go either direction. 50 point. Supreme Court will not rule today. Supreme Court does not rule. Supreme Court does not rule on tariffs today. There's your live breaking news. Let's see if they so that's why it was jumping around so much right there. I have a news squawker in my ear, Matt, that as soon as things come out on those terminals and stuff, they read it out to me. not looking good here. Looks like we're going back to 230s at least. Sometimes it's best just sit and wait. This does not look good. This rejection. It just feels too heavy, like it's not going to go. SPX is just dragging us. The baby toy still playing in the background. Can you hear it? Benzinga, yeah. Sorry, I just saw the chat again. Benzinga squawker. Can you guys hear? You guys actually hear a? I can't. I have two headphones in, so if there's something coming through the background, I can't tell. Boy, flip your coin. I feel like this could go either way. It does look heavy. I've got SPX's room down to 822. That's like 12 points lower. IndieX could still hold the same area though. It just feels like one of those backwards days where it looks like a short and everybody wants to short and it just doesn't go down. It's a good day to practice some patience. Size way down. Why can I not SNDK? I cannot figure it. Golly. This makes no sense. PLTR. PLTR is probably going to the 200-day. 15 minutes until the IB. It's actually bullish on NQ, but bearish on ES. That's not fun. That's chop. PLTR, I think, is probably going to visit this 200-day. Probably comes down here and cleans up this at like 156. But it may have to go back up first. I don't know. That's just kind of the... This to me is no man's land. With all this right here over your head, what did every EMA have an update? Why? I just don't understand why there's even an update there. I got a notification, by the way, those are interested, the NFP thing from Paper Gains. I got a notification from my WAP thing to go update it or something. This looks like it's going to have to trade lower. I feel like I need a new higher day or lower day, either one, before I can do anything else. I mean, the price action and the levels make me want to short it, but the scenario makes me want to long it for a higher bounce. This is an epic battle right here. We're above pre-market. As long as it's holding here, just shoot it up 100 points, then crush it back down or something, or just let it go. Now the video is looking really heavy. NVIDIA's about to take us there. Apple new low. Netflix has earnings today, right? Yeah. Yep, I think you're about to get about a 50-point drop quick. This thing looks like it's about to fall. Unless NDX can hold like right here. Why do I feel like Rizzo is just buying hand over fist? Google's pushing up. Ten minutes until the IB. NDX holds right here. I think it goes up 140 points from here. God, this is tempting. This is the golden retrace is just, it's that low of that wick right there on NDX. And we held it twice already. This is the third time. I don't know. As much as I love shorting, I don't think I can short this. Here you go. Here you go. Here we go. There we go. Push it. Push it. No, get back at that 350s. Get over 330. Go, 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 go. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Look at that perfect golden retrace hold. Oh my gosh. Now send it to 260 on NDX. Go. Come on. Go. Go. Push. Push. Come on. Don't get stuck here. Keep going. There we go. Here we go. Come on. Now push. I got to take some more off. This is the previous all-time high from way back somewhere, like October. When was this? Yeah, October. And also, I think we get back to the 50-day to back test it, which is another 100 points higher from here. 440s on NQ. Come on, get some follow through. Get some follow through. You need sellers to give up and try again higher. We get IWM ripping. Rip City. Go. New high of day. Into the gap. Don't wick down. Just give a follow through candle right here. Do that 330. Get through the 330. That's the top of the range. Five minutes till the IB sets. So even if we hang out here, still take the high either way. I think ES just took it. Yeah, ES, new high of day. There we go. There we go. Get some more trims up here. 360, 358. See if we can get to like. All right, I'm just going to take some here. Mid 350s, and then let's see if we can get to the 377, 384, that area. And then I really like, right, just front running 400. Come on, baby. Oh, UOSC. Well, that thing's been on a run too. So these individual names I haven't been able to watch as much with my traveling. Yeah, metals are coming down, silver and gold. I really need them to risk off those metals, get back into tech. Wow, ARM Holdings is having a day. Netflix up 1%. All right, 2 minutes. You get the IB. The IB high is 369. I think you get one candle that pushes through that 380s, maybe 400. I believe yesterday's, yesterday's high, and it was a holiday, but was it basically 416? I don't know. I don't know. My main target is still 260 on NDX. Hold the golden retrace, go back to halfback. Just keep it simple with all this noise going on. All right, IB set. We should take this high. It's tight though, so. Come on, get there. Don't make me trim here. If we wick this new high and get stuffed, I'm gonna exit, like trail it out quickly. The 15-minute on NDX looks like we're going 40 points higher right here, which takes us to 400 NQ. There we go. There's a new high. Please don't stop right there. You're right at 6,900 ES too. Oh, I need to trim. One more push. One more push. There we go. All right. Got a nice trim. Got a nice trim here. Outer VWAP band, 6,900 ES. There we go. 380s. I got a little trim there too. 400's my last kind of swath of trims. Trump said something about Beijing. Ooh, here we go. I had to snorkel with it a little bit, but here we go. This is the top of my zone. Oops. All right, if you were gonna short it, this is one of the main areas, which means I just need to tighten my stop up. Where is my NDX? My NDX, I have it going back to this 260, which is basically Wednesday's low, and it's the halfback. So you just bounce off of the golden retrace. You look for it to go back to 260. If it clears that, then you look for 400. I have 355 in between there as that gap fill area from January 5th. Where's SPX? I wouldn't be surprised to see SPX get to like back to 85. Yeah, 84, 85. Hold 360. Hold 360. Come on, NQ. Let's make this a big day. A little extended from the EMAs here. Somebody just filled a 100 lot there at 361. Right at the low of that candle. Microsoft looks decent here for a push higher. A little cup and handle. NVIDIA just flirted at that 180 and it's pushing away from it. Yeah, Microsoft. So look at Microsoft. This is pre-market highs. This has kind of got this little cup and handle. This little cup and handle here. Previous day's low. Yeah, I'm waiting on the options. Come on. If we hold 330, I'm still fine looking for higher. If we come down and don't hold 330, maybe like 310, 300. I don't like what ES is doing here. I'm just going to go ahead and take my trim that I had at 397. I'm just taking it here. See if we can get to 415 and then 430. 464 would be full target. There we go. There we go. Let IndieX run 10 more points to that halfback if you're trying to short it. And that's back test of Wednesday's low. 4 more points. 3 more points. It's like right here. There it is. All right, so there's your golden retrace back to halfback move. I'm out almost everything. Just got a couple left. One for 428 and full target 464. I love how this on futures it shows this as a gap fill right here because of the half day where futures were open. Done for the day. Let's go, bullish bear. You just hanging out at soccer tournaments all weekend, and then now you're making money and done for the day at 10. Was it 10:40? And you have decent weather. What a beautiful morning. It was a little stubborn, but my read worked out nicely. It was, hey, I think too many people are going to try to short here. It's probably going to push up first, and then you look for the short. And sure enough, I mean, IndieX, this was the cleanest look at it. You draw your fibs from this low to high. We came back in. We basically bounced off the halfback the other day. Came back in. I know there's a lot out here. Let me hide some of this other stuff. There, just see if that makes it a little bit more clear. So there's your low to your high. You came back in, you basically bounced off halfback. It was like within a point or two. Came back down, we bounced off the golden retrace, which was also a previous support level here. We still have a gap fill down here, so I don't know that we're just going to go back up. But if you get over here, then you look for it to come back up to this area, this 405. So you kind of just see what does it do here. If it gets through, then you look for here. If it rejects here, basically target this again, and then you target this gap fill right here. And then you can just convert that over to NQ. Good Lord, Ondus. Just like gap down and just go. Ooh, we opened up above. Yeah, ES 6900 is slowing us down. I pretty much got the full move I wanted. Now you got to see if it holds or flushes. Yeah, I'm just kind of just doing nothing right here. So basically, you're looking for it to hold this area though, like 350 to 330, right? Yeah. And your normal IB retracement would take you to 335. So it's like if you short at 400, this is your target. I haven't even opened my Vanquish account yet. All right, here's your moment of truth. Hold here or probably reverse that entire move. Yeah. And from a statistical standpoint, you shouldn't break both sides unless you get a news headline. So really, you should stay above 300 today, just based on the IB. That's the midpoint. What's up, Boris? Yeah, this is the Tradeaholics Anonymous morning meeting. Maria, I'm gonna have to get in on some options action at some point, but I really want this to cool down first. I think you could go for those 6880s. How much are those at right now? A little nibble at 6880 if you wanted right here. Yeah, is exactly what I'm looking at. I just took a little starter on it. 5.4. Oh, where is it now? It's 4.5. I'm sorry. Now it's back at 5. What, 4.6 right here, maybe, Maria? If it wicks down, there's that halfback in the 6850 area. Kind of front running. Probably get it right there. Boy, it's really tempting to just add here and risk under 300. Boy, this really looks like it's going to hold right here. Candle closes over here, holding the EMAs, hanging out in the zone. IWM's already pushing. NVIDIA doesn't look great. Apple looks bad. AMD is just doing its own thing. Wow. We're holding. I think we go higher. Took some SPX 6. What did I take? 880s. 880s at a 5 average. They're trading at 5.8 right now. Oh, Baidu's ripping. 52-week high. And the other thing is you probably go back to back test the 50-day from the underside at least. Just gap below it, which is, let's see, what was our high of day? About 40 points higher than where we just were. That lines up with a lot that I have. I think that's where we're going. $460s. 440, 436 is your IB extension. I think you're going to 460s though. Boy, if anybody snagged that dip off the 21, VWAP is right there. ES at previous session low. Here we go. Let's have a day. Gerardo, that's interesting. So like, we do have a huge gap to go fill up here. That one's tough though, because like when you gap down, like eventually you probably go fill this, but I don't know, gap ups and gaps down. I mean, if you look left, some of these gaps, let me go to NDX, you can kind of see it 30-minute. So like you have some of these gaps right here that are unfilled that we should probably fill at some point. Other ones that like once they fill, you know, we just filled this one from the other day. SPX. So like the other day, you had this gap from back in December, like Christmas time. When we came down, once we filled this gap, we got a nice move. And then, but we left this gap, which just filled today. So maybe we get, I don't know, it's a pretty big gap to go fill. Usually you don't fill it the same day. If you gap down this far, you usually don't fill it for a couple days, or maybe you have to go lower and then you work your way back up. NDX just, oh, it's the same spot though. Lower high 6900 rejection on ES there. Why is Letnick making comments? I thought we took the mic away from this guy. Yep, ES is heavy, and this is the same zone. Come on, ES, catch a bid. Cannot get over that. Palantir making highs. Palantir signed a deal with Hyundai. Hyundai, however you pronounce it, Hyundai. Not great at my Korean. Everything still looks fine to push higher. NVIDIA could catch a bid, it would help us. Broadcom's super weak. Amazon, Microsoft look good. Meta's solid. Apple finally got a little bit of a bounce. Google's trying to go fill the gap. Come on, let's get some strength somewhere and push. Just go to the 430. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. There we go. New high of day. Come on, 430s. Take it to 460s. Come on, yes, get through there. My SPX. Yes, SPX. Yes. Yes, there we go. 430 or 428. That last term I was talking about earlier, if you added on that dip, 330s, 320s, probably a good spot. Took your 100-point trim. These SPXs, I feel like I should take some profits soon. Probably take off half if we get another 5-point move or so. Where are we at on the daily? SPY and SPX, if they push here, it's going to look like it just tagged the 50-day and pushed. Low of day. All right. IWM's already at Friday's low. Missed it by a few points. What's outperforming today? Micron? Well, yeah, Micron's crazy. Bank of America's green somehow. Palantir went green. ARM is up 3%. AMD, of course. Airbnb. All of crypto is getting wrecked. Boeing's break even. My new bank is up 3%. That's going to help. Healthcare is doing well. Probably a lot of safety names that are doing okay this morning. Dow names not doing well. Well, it's crazy. I had a trim at 328. That's exactly where we stopped. Sometimes the market just blesses you. A-Lab, I haven't looked at this chart in a while. Ooh. That's a good looking chart. Anyone trading Netflix earnings? I'm not I don't like to trade earnings, but if I was going to take a shot at Netflix, I don't mind buying like maybe a 2x leverage ETF. So like our friends at Leverage Shares obviously have tons of them to check out. So shout out to them. I don't think they have a Netflix one. There are some out there. NFLU, I think, is one. I feel like Netflix has a chance to like bounce hard off of this area back to $100 if they have good earnings. I feel like Netflix is beaten up as it is. If they have good earnings, I feel like they could really bounce. They could just get destroyed. I don't know. If Netflix comes lower, I'll be buying more Netflix, but are we still hanging in? Just barely. Come on, SPX, flag it out. Should probably have taken a trim. ES is really struggling at 6,900. A big shout out to our friends over at Leverage Shares. They have so many of these things. I can't even keep up. Almost like if I see a stock I like, I almost just go to this list. I'm like, oh. BIDG up 6.5 today. 2x leverage Baidu. Somebody mentioned Baidu earlier. You're doing leaps on I don't hate that actually, DC. Netflix leaps. What did you go with on those leaps? Like next January, or how far out did you go? At the money leaps. What were they trading at, like 1,300 or something? 13. It kind of has the feeling of a float higher day for a little bit and then just rug hard later. Does anyone know if there's like a scheduled press conference or anything for Trump today? I have no idea. If anybody knows, let me know, because I was traveling so much. Wednesday is the meeting in Davos. Is that right? Tomorrow? I don't like what we're rejecting here on NDX. I really think that might be it could be where we just get stuffed. I'm going to close out those SPXs. I don't like this look. Yeah, I'm just flat across the board now. When I look at NDX, I look at that as double rejection at the target I wanted. Now it held in here once. I don't know if it's going to hold this time. This could easily go right back to lows. NVIDIA looks like it's going to take us out. Multiple upper wicks on IWM, lower high on SPY. Oh, what do you do? Sit and watch. It smells like a rug. Yeah. You either hold right there again or you short this pop. Take your pick. Ooh, it held. It had a 330. 330 was the 330 380 is my. Now you just buy this thing long. This is engulfing. We just get in on the bid somewhere. It certainly looks like it's going to go to be super aggressive by like 390, 385. Right there. I really needed to get over that spot right there on NDX. By just hovering over the buy button but I would just feel so much better if it was over that level it just rejected. I'm going to try it right there. 390. On the video, catch a bid. Europeans just they just closed too, so maybe the Brits will stop spite shorting this year. Microsoft pushing new high of day. Broadcom just made a new low of day. Are all the drone stocks just ripping like crazy? Oh yeah, every drone stock in the market is just ripping. I guess. Come on, we're at the level, NDX. Push through, just get through. This could be the same rejection spot though. They knock on this door enough times, right? I feel like I should trim. It's only 20 points though. We're getting like 40 point, 50 point candles, and I feel like I want to trim for 30 points. Oh, come on. Just close the candle above. Just go one push. It's right here on NQ. It's 405. NDX, it's 260. Finally over it. A minute left in this 5-minute candle. 15-minute looks fine if it can just hold up here for another 5 minutes. There we go. I'm trimming here for 30 points. Just small little trim. We can get to that like 435, 440. Is it the, what was the, is it kind of like the overnight high, 440? New high of day. Come on. Get going before I have to get going. Good Lord, ES cannot get through. Yeah, Google's just grinding. Meta's not doing anything. Neither is Amazon. Nvidia's just stock at 180. I should just put my stop and profit here. I don't want to risk anymore. We should, yeah. Come on, just hold right here. Hold, hold, hold. Nope. Nope. I'm out. I don't like it. I'm out. Kind of want to short it. Back to 300. Oh no. That the 15-minute looks disgusting on NDX. Disgusting. I think we're going back 300 at least now on NQ. See profit, take profit type of day. That's what I'm doing. The video is about to make a new low of day. It's going to just drag the whole market, isn't it? I think this thing's toast. It just looks, that looks really bad. It's still in the uptrend, but I think you're about to get a drizzy flush here. I think we're going back to low of day. Yeah. I'm not like confident enough to like short this thing heavy, but the way it just rejected so many times of that halfback spot on NDX after coming off of the golden retrace, it just makes me think we're going right back down to visit it again. But they have been buying it up all morning, so let's see if it changes that character here. There's VWAP 320. Oh, buddy. NVIDIA at low of day. Broadcom's about to make a new low as well. Again, Apple's at low of day. Only thing I know is like statistically we shouldn't go take out the low now that we took the high. So it's like, what do you do? Looks awful ruggy. 1-800 rugs are us. I can't short it here in the middle of the range, but this look on NDX is really bad looking to me. All right, that's kind of your. Oh, no way. Does it hold? It's kind of weird how it like keeps holding, but it's not really holding. Or is this just your entry? I think this is the entry short. No, it's going to rug it like 80 points right here. I think that was the short entry. Gold looks gold. I don't know what to say about gold right now. I think you got to wait for like this political stuff to calm down. Gold and silver look crazy. I think they're going to hold it again. ES is falling apart. Nvidia just made a new low of day. I wish I had more confidence. I would have shorted that pop, but I just don't. It's like so whippy. I have to go host the Tesla show in 5 minutes. DX held the one level, the one last level. I don't know, dude. Pick your poison. Or just hammer it long. Failure to go lower. Previous all-time high from October. And the NASDAQ just keeps holding right there. And SPX at 850. It just keeps holding 850. Can't go lower. Can't go higher. What do you do? All right. I'm going to have to pop off here and go host Tesla, and then I'll come back. Well, the fourth try at this, surely you get over. You can't try this thing 4 times and it not go. Like, at this point, you got enough fuel to hit that 460s, maybe 500. NVIDIA made a slightly lower low of day, new low of day. Immediately, buyer stepped in again. All right, everyone. I think Jordan's coming, but I have to go open up Tesla. I think you guys can just hang out here. We'll just keep this open. I mean, usually 3 strikes you strike out. Maybe this is 4 times the charm. Or what if we just go nowhere? It's the same spot on NDX right here. Just like long one account, like long one prop firm, short the other one. All right, guys, you'll just hang in there for a minute. I think Jordan's gonna get over here.
What's up, ladies and gents? I'm wrapping this up right now. Give me a minute. I'll be on with y'all. All right, ladies and gents. Sorry, I know it was quiet for like 2 minutes there. My bad. Just had to wrap this up. Boom, boom, boom. That is wrapped up. I need to link this real quick. How's the chat doing? Boom, boom. Yeah, Emp hopped perfect time. I hopped on perfect time. I love that. I didn't want to end the stream just to hop back on in 2 seconds, you know. Sold SPX, put credit spreads, 67.95, 68.05 is at 75 cents, currently 35. Let's go. Let's go. I sold some spreads as well. I sold 600s on QQQ. And I bought 585s, which was fucking wild. But I did it. Those are basically worthless right now. They will be. I mean, they're at 1 cent, so pretty much there. Beautiful stuff. Those will, I think those SPX ones will be good rest of the day as well. QQQ 615. Right now, let's see. Yeah, right now we're right at about 615. I sold the 600 puts this morning, right? So those are doing very well with the choppy environment that we had. I know we've had some upside, but it's been quite choppy. Let me get my screen up. I know Emp has his. I think he's out now, though. Here we go. We can take that off. Remove. There we go. Nice range if you're scalping back and around, though. Just, trying to pick up a little bit of cheese on the edges. You could definitely be doing that. Not something I really typically like to do, but just chopping in this range. We did rebalance to, what was that? Yeah, we already took that dip. That's gone now. 50%. Still haven't taken out that Asia high sitting right here. Has ES done it? No, ES looks quite weaker. So yeah, I'm still looking to see if the market can take out this high before we try and really trade lower, if we want to trade lower at all. Cheese gives me the runs. Facts. Little upper decky. We'll see. Feeling good. Let me get our boy, Zelly. How am I signed out? What is this bullshit? Ridiculous. Brent, what's up, baby? Happy Tuesday. I almost forgot it was Tuesday, to be honest. We need to put this to X as well. X stream is now live, and let's add all the boys up in here. Invite guest, copy link. All right. We good just chilling? Yeah, I mean, me too. I'm sitting in these put credit spreads, and I didn't have much that I saw this morning that I liked. Really nothing. I didn't take any directional trades, but which kind of sucks because Friday I didn't either. But is what is. We're still. Oh, there's some more green names now. BA's trying to flip green. ASTS is green. That was not the case this morning. That really picked up. Glad to see it. My man Shady in the chat. What's up, Shady? I had a good trip. It was good. Look at this. Here. Give me a second. You guys ready? You guys ready? So first of all, here, let me make it a big screen real quick. Hello. Hello. There we go. Hello. Okay. So first of all, we got these nice little wolf chips, which you can barely see, but you can see. And it just says Gav Blacksburg Bachelor Party, our boy, with the wolf logo on it, of course. And then, this might be hard to show as well, but we also got Gav's Wolf Pack 2026, baby. And our last names on all of them. I thought that was pretty cool. See, that's what you can never be disappointed with the Wolf Crew, because it's never like, even at the retreat, like even at the retreat we did, like, gosh, dude, they take care of us so cool. It's not just like a bachelor trip, right? They made like little poker chips and gave us tank tops. Like, it's a whole thing, you know. I just think that's so cool, and I'm so stoked for Gav. So stoked. It's gonna be awesome. I need to buy this. All right. Yeah, it was a good time though. The cold was fun. I was definitely cold, but it's nice to be in a different environment like that. A lot of fun. If MU doesn't start moving soon, that daily candle isn't going to look so good. Let's take a look. Yeah, I could agree. What I will say, though, is that one candle doesn't change the whole trend. But I agree, this doesn't look amazing. If we end up closing like this on MU, what I would kind of be looking for going into the rest of the week is probably trying to fill these gaps. I would definitely initially look for some buyers off this gap fill, just because you might be able to see an initial intraday reaction. But overall, I would think we try and test this gap down here. That's not even what the gap would actually be. That's interesting. Okay, I don't need to mark that. But I'd probably look for us to come and try and fill this next. We have a lot of gaps. We have this gap as well here. And at the top of the trend, you know, it'd be different if we're at the bottom of a trend and a gap never gets filled. That's what you see here, right? Pullback is happening. You're at the lower end of this trend on a pullback. That gap doesn't get filled. That makes more sense, right? But these gaps, at least this one, I definitely would look for something like this to get filled. So maybe we see a little bit of downside this week on MU. I don't know. The hard thing is there's no real structure telling me that, right? Things are still looking very bullish regardless of that daily candle. So, but these are some spots we can look for it to pull back to in the future. There's Casey. What's up, Casey?
What up? What up?
Sorry, I know we ran that conversation earlier than usual, but we just had to switch some things around this week.
No, you're good.
We're just looking at MU. Thing's got some gaps.
Oh yeah,
some spots to retest when we do finally want to dip a little bit on that.
I'm breaking my rules here because I should be getting ready to go to lunch, but I'm short the Qs right now.
Okay.
Looking for a little bit more move downside. It's this is very choppy, back and forth price action the last little bit. So I don't plan on being in this trade long. It's either going to be quick gains or small loss. But IWM just made a new high of day, just broke previous day low. If any of these have a potential to fill the gap, IWM is actually not far off from filling that gap.
You're right. Yeah, so pretty close.
Right. IWM looks good.
What is it on IDubs?
Dude, IONQ. Same level. I mentioned it right before they
Quantum.
Came on.
I haven't looked at any of this shit in a while.
Dude, before they came on, I was like, remember I mentioned IONQ over 51? I'd smacked the calls and just freaking ripped like $125 per contract.
Look at her go.
Dude, up like 5%. And then RGTI played a little bit of catch up, but IONQ was a banger.
I know Emp said Trump joining White House press briefing today. When is that?
Yes.
When is that?
Yes.
1 p.m. 1 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, 1 p.m. Eastern has to be. Germany to cut growth expectation for 2026 GDP to 1% from 1.3.
Is that 1 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah, we'll watch out for that. Probably going to want to be careful going into 1 o'clock. Yeah, I didn't really have much this morning directionally for me that I wanted to play. This is one I was looking at, was after we took out this high, I was looking for short. And we did have this nice is a stretch. A nice inversion is when it's one candle, no wick, straight through it. This is like us trying to decide if we actually want to go through it, and then we finally do. And even with that inversion, I didn't end up taking it because it's like all these wicks. I'm just like, this isn't momentum, to the downside. And we still ended up inversing it. I was kind of thinking like, oh, I'm missing out on this trade, but we wouldn't even have hit my target. Like if I took that trade, let's say I took that trade like right when that shit closed, I would have been like basically risking the highs. I would have needed to get at least that low into this next gap, and I would have never seen that. I would have gotten stopped at break even or something. So that's really the only actionable thing I had personally. You could have one other thing I was looking at was this 15-minute gap when we dipped into that. That was a nice spot. We definitely got to move from that. But no inversion, no nothing, just a change in the state, which if you tried to take that candle close, you didn't get an entry till here, nowhere near down here. So there was just no real setup for me on this, to be honest, in terms of risk to reward. Even though I had a decent idea of where the market wanted to go, wasn't really worth the squeeze for me this morning. So I didn't end up trying anything. But congrats to anybody that did, because if you tried any of those plays, you had some great moves. I just think it was a tougher day for me. And first day back from traveling is always weird for me. So it is what it is. Still sold some credit spreads, though. That White House briefing is going to be with Caroline Levitt.
Come on, baby. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Casey's trying to show
1. Come on, break this low, QQQ. Jesus Christ. I'm not looking for much. This is a small trade. I'm just trying to collect some extra cash and go to lunch.
Yeah.
Come on. Just 5 minute squeeze downside. Come on.
Let's just, you've been building it. You broke structure. I know you're choppy. You want to stay in this range, but give your boy the little breakdown real quick.
You know.
Come on.
By the way, what's up to Jarrett and MTL, Cameron, all the boys, Delta Fox? When in doubt, just sell some credit spreads. Yep. Especially on a day like this where we gap down over 1%. The premium is just, there's so much premium on those far out the money calls or puts.
Yep.
I mean, I got 600s on QQQ. I sold.
I did.
And those had decent premium on them. Still, it was like 14 cents.
I did 68.80s. No, sorry.
SPX.
I did 68.78.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. Jesus Christ. Let me pull up my fucking thing. I did 67.80 and 67.70s this morning. I sold them for $80 per contract. I did 10 to make $850. I was up 80%, up $700. I locked in a lot of gains.
Yeah.
It was almost easy, stupid cash. Oh my God, QQQ. Right here. Flash down, break it. Let me just get a little trim off here. Come on. Just break it.
This Rigetti does look good.
Rigetti and IONQ are both in daily squeezes leaning to the upside. IONQ broke structure this morning, hence the reason why I took that one. RGTI is at the top of the range, about to break structure. So if they do continue to show strength and go upside, they can have really good moves. RGTI, I'm looking for 50, or sorry, IONQ, I'm looking for 55. RGTI, if you go to your daily, look at how coiled this thing is right now. Top of the range is 26, like 50 area. Building this squeeze, if it breaks above that, looking for a move to 28 and then $30. IONQ, same thing, but it's got the breakout today.
Mm-hmm. Well, and just to add some more like color on the bigger time frame, just to look at things from this perspective on a monthly, it's really like, what have we really done on this bigger time frame? No matter what this lower time frame might look like, I know we've been a little choppier. Just to retest the previous all-time high into this big monthly gap, which I know we've traded into it, but you can see we're pretty much respecting the midpoint of it. As long as we don't lose that, I think things are totally fine here and setting up to get back higher. You're getting massive delivery from that gap. And then, yeah, you go back down to the lower time frame now. It is a bit choppy. But as soon as we, really break over this high at $30, I think things get off to the races there. Looks good. We'll see if any of these lower time frame spots like play a real role if we do get up here. But I think just looking at that bigger time frame, it's hard to look at this and be like, I'm really bearish here until I see more, of course. If we were to run through this, let's say we did run through this, Jordan, you're wrong, and we sell off through this, I'd probably expect your next big order flow, which technically would be like this. This is what I would expect to come into play next on that if we did run through that. So,
oh my God!
Are they doing it for you? Come on!
No, they freaking they missed it by a freaking penny.
In this environment, is like that, yeah.
Oh my God!
Just be careful at the bottom of the range. It might finally run through it, but it might get bought up.
Missed it by a penny to safety trim, and then once it cracks through that, it should be an instant move down. I'm gonna market sell this shit and then move a stop up.
I feel like you could get this low. The first low made in this gap usually becomes a strong draw for the market. I could see that coming into play for you. Give them that. Come on, give them that.
Hurry up. I gotta pee and I'm hungry. SPY 5-minute squeeze has been moving downside and hasn't fired for 20 minutes now.
Emp said make sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel, guys. Yes. And make sure you show love. We're back. The crew's back finally. Oh, come on! Give him
all right, safety trim filled on Qs. All right, SPY just broke the spot. QQQ wicked underneath of it, but SPY broke it. Come on. Just quick continuation flash. Come on.
Come on.
5-minute squeeze. Come on, hurry up. Right here, right now. Freaking do it. Come on, SPY. Come on, Qs. I don't know why I took QQQ over SPY for this one. I really have no idea because SPY has the relative weakness.
Also, just to preface, because you might see a lot of this from me this week, I really might not be. I know this morning I didn't trade, but I probably won't be taking many positions this week. Just coming back from the trip, and honestly, like mentally, I don't feel very like stable to be taking a ton of trades right now. So I'm just kind of chilling. We'll keep selling the credit spreads and taking things slow. But with the short week too, I mean, it's nothing really having to do with the market, but just take a little chill pill this week, getting back from traveling and everything. I just don't see myself doing a lot, so I'm just prefacing to the chat, don't expect a lot from me this week.
All right, 3.
Next week we'll
2,
be back on it.
1. Next candle open.
Come
down.
on. Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Give me
Give it to 'em.
VWAP at least, Qs. Jesus Christ. IWM starting to come down a little bit.
Mama, I need it.
SPY broke the level. Qs.
I need it.
Qs slightly stronger.
I need some tunes going. Need some tunes. Oh, I got some new tunes. Let's go. Got some new bangers. Reminder, if you guys want to sell credit spreads with us or trade options in general and you want to do that on prop, make sure you use code WOLF at Vanquish. I don't know what kind. Let's see what kind of deals they're running right now. I don't know if they are. Might just be the normal one. Yeah, just the normal one. 25% off using code WOLF. Don't worry, I will always let you guys know as soon as possible when we get bigger sales going with Vanquish and all the other prop firms we use.
Imagine being able to build.
Your 10 and 15 minute support needs to break through this here on Qs. Get this quick flash down. Fire the 5-minute squeeze. Looking for 612.35.
If we lose this level, it might get ugly. Yeah, I mean,
I do not know it.
it's really this box for me, this gap. If we lose that, I see us down back to these lows now. ES, pretty similar, 15-minute gap. I just don't see us running through this on ES right now, to be honest. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we run through it. Don't hold the bottom of it. But as of now, it's trying to hold that bottom. If we can hold this, I still like higher.
Same.
We'll see, though.
I think even if we do get this quick little flash down, I still think
buy it up.
I think the market's going to end up moving up higher before we go a lot lower. All right, IWM is still coming in. It's about to hit its 5-minute 21. SPY is weaker than Qs. I just need a little bit more. Your ticks coming down under the 0 line. VIX is popping. Your internals are both pulling back right here under the 0 line. I mean, this was a 9 times out of 10. I'd hit this trade every single day. It's just taking 1,000 years to play out.
Jedi asked, Jordan, what prop firm do you recommend? Well, for options, Vanquish, because that's the only one we really know of, and they are phenomenal. Never denied a payout, multiple good things. But aside from that, on the future side of things, I mainly use Tradify. I mainly use Alpha Futures as well. Alpha Futures is great. I do have a My Funded Futures account, but I've had it for so long, it's like full on in a brokerage now. Like it's a complete live account, so it's not really like just a funded prop account now, but I've used their accounts in the past. The one that I used was the core account. Those are great. They're cheap. But no code WOLF with My Funded Futures. So if you want to use code WOLF and save some money, I would go to Tradify or Alpha Futures. Tradify, like, I don't hate the instant funded accounts, but I know a lot of you guys are not
Here
going
we
to
go.
gravitate towards those given the payout rules.
Come on,
So I would push most people towards
motherfucker.
select accounts or growth accounts. Select if you want to have no consistency once you're funded and just be able to pass it in 3 days, or growth account if you want to pass the account in 1 day, but you'll have 35% consistency once you are funded. No activation fees. I really like the Lightning instant funded though. A lot of people don't like them given the payout rules. I say most people that say that are not able to consistently make that, which I get. It's hard. It can be difficult. But if you're consistently bringing in money, and like the thing for me is I have other accounts that are paying me as well. So it's not like the instant funded is all I have and I'm waiting for like that $9,000 payout. You know what I mean? I'm just consistently trading that and building. So that's how I'd recommend everybody else to do it. You know, if you're looking to get a payout right now,
There we go.
then maybe not. Nice. Let's go, Casey.
Finally. Thank you. Stop at entry now. Jesus.
Let's go.
There we go, Spy. Thank you.
But yeah, instant funded is not as bad as you think, but you got to be consistent, right? You got to be consistent for a while, not just like, oh, I made enough money to take one payout and then I blow the account. It's not like that.
There we go, Spy.
Let's
all
go,
right,
baby.
5-minute squeeze, firing downside. All right, there it is. 612.35 VWAP target hit on Qs. Beautiful. Now the question is, are they just gonna instantly bounce it right here? If we rug through this spot, Spy will probably go back down to equal lows. I'd expect at least a retracement here, but
Tanvir said, Jordan, for Vanquish, is there someone you recommend to follow their entries and exits to grow that account beyond drawdowns? Yourself. Your own person. Shouldn't be listening to anybody else, in my opinion. Of course, like Casey and Knots have taught me a lot about option selling. And so a lot of the time we end up taking spreads at the same time. But I'm no longer in a place where I have to ask Knots what he's taking. I know exactly what contracts I should be taking. I know basically the time. I don't wait for either of you guys to like take those spreads for me to take them right like now. We obviously end up doing it basically at the same time just because the strategy we use is very similar. But
take
overall,
another off here.
Let's go. Overall, I'm trading my strategy, right? Casey's doing his, Knots is doing his. And so the key to your question is finding your own system that works for you, not following anybody else. That goes for all types of trading, in my opinion. Let's go, Casey. Good stuff.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see if they try and hold this.
Yeah, I'd be careful. I'd be careful right here. I'm going to be trimming out majority right here. There goes IWM, finally, given that weakness there. Pulling back. It's about to hit the full kind of target downside for that short as well. Spy. 5-minute squeeze has been fired right here on this candle.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Country Green said, having a lot of trouble with Vanquish. What are you having trouble with? You can always speak to the team as well. They're very helpful. I've never personally had any issues, but I know Knots had a little bit of an issue and got it fixed right away. So,
boom.
If you do have issues, don't hesitate to contact the team and get it fixed. I haven't had a single problem though, personally. Not one issue.
Oh, sweet daddy D. Look at that candle on Spy. Look at this candle.
I mean, I would say, yeah, Tanvir, for sure. Like, if that's something you want to do. But if your goal for joining the Discord is to follow his plays on credit spreads, I wouldn't buy the Discord, bro. Like, that's not gonna last. I'm telling you, never does. And I'm not saying that from a place of like trying to hate. It's from a place of love. Like, we've all done that. We've all been there. How many people do you hear being millionaires following signals, bro? Like, let's be real.
None.
Who is successful following signals that you truly see? That's living the life you want. Fucking nobody.
Nobody.
Fucking nobody. And so,
Oh, there we go, baby. Lock it up. Lock it up.
lock it up, baby.
Here we go. Bang.
Won't let me
Bang,
trade.
bang,
Screen on
choo-choo
laptop.
train.
Won't log in. Gotcha, country. Yeah, gotcha. I think Knots was having an issue with that this morning as well, actually. I didn't. For some reason, I'm not, but yeah, they should help you pretty fast and get it figured out. It's a good test to see how helpful things really are, right?
Someone said, Casey, what's QQQ target? Here.
Here.
What do you mean here? It's here.
Yeah, I
Right
totally get you, Tanvir. He said, I understand, but as a beginner trader, I need more discipline and structure. Totally get that, right? And that's where you can definitely find that in a room.
Anything under here is icing on the cake, but this was the move. Look at IWM. Move, hit, reversal, downside target. SPY is coming into the same lows from earlier at that 10-15 area. QQQ, for me, was just around the 612.35. I'm down to 612. And then that's about your pre-market highs at 611.6 area. So 5-minute squeeze has been fired.
It's also midpoint of IB.
Oh, see, there you go. Even more confluence to see a potential.
That was
down
M's
spot
target,
right
300 right here, that midpoint.
There you go. So for me, if you go to QQQ and if you go to your 5-minute chart, right, if you mark the higher lows, so you have your opening candle, you have the dip at 1020, right, and then you're going to have that 11:50, 12 o'clock area. So it held the trend line the entire time. And then every single time this morning, if you have the Lux Algo indicator on for previous week low retest on QQQ, it was around 614.6. Look at all the upper wicks today on Qs. It couldn't get over top of that. So once it rejected that, and then it broke structure of the higher low trend line, it formed a 5-minute squeeze back underneath EMAs. That's the reason for the trade to squeeze it back downside, hit this area of support. So now the squeeze is done and over with. It fired, finally got the candle. There's your intraday move right there for this short. That was it for me.
What's your preference trading Forex, futures, or stocks? Futures, personally, for me. Majority of the time, I know Casey's on the option side. I will never trade Forex, and I'll tell you why. Not hating on anybody that does. If you do, like, congrats, keep it going. If you find profitability there, like, do your thing. The reason I don't know, and I see no logical reason to do so, is when you're trading Forex, British pound, whatever pair you're trading, the move, there's Asia, London, and New York session. The high volatility move that you're really looking for can happen in any one of those sessions. Now, you could argue the same for our NQ and ES, but we know majority of the time, where's the volatility going to be? You see it every day. It's New York Open every day, right? That is the majority of the time that we're going to get those big volatile moves. Of course, news comes out sometimes in the middle of the night and Asia frickin' rips or whatever, but it's rare, right? We see that volatility at New York session every time with ES and NQ. It's not the case with Forex. You trade British pound, dude, like, you have no idea. The highest volatility move might be in Asia. It might be in New York, might be London. And you're sitting there and essentially it's like, okay, sit there, watch Asia. If nothing happened in Asia, we just consolidated. I hope it happens in London. And if we just consolidate all through London, well, I hope it happens in New York. It's got to happen in New York if we're going to get expansion at all, right? But that's the idea behind it, is like, you have no idea when prime time is to trade. You're trading a different pair, British, like especially British pound or something like that. Whereas ES and NQ, you know for a fact, are going to be affected massively every day at New York sessions, right? That's when we're going to find our key setups. That's when we're going to find efficiency in the market. you don't have the same with Forex. So that's my idea behind it. That's why I don't like to. I would never sleep. I already don't sleep enough, and I would really never sleep with Forex. Trade where all the people are. Yep. And that's the thing. You can't definitively say in Forex that all the people are going to be in Asia majority of the time, or all the people are going to be in London, or all the people are going to be in New York. You just have no idea when that shit can really move. Doesn't mean you can't catch good moves, right? But like, I'm not trying to catch little moves, man. I'm trying to catch the expansion of the market, not little rebalance moves, you know? And so if that's what I'm going to be doing majority of the time in Forex, I don't want to do it. I'd rather push myself towards something that makes more sense. So that's just my idea. Doesn't mean you can't find success there, though.
I'm all out of the puts personally. That was what I wanted to see. Good day overall so far. I'll post the charts on X here in just a second. I know I talked about it, but I know some people like seeing a picture to the words. It makes it a little bit easier to see and understand. So I'll post those charts here in just a second. Beautiful bounce on SPX, SPY, and QQQ so far. I mean, and IWM. IWM hit the midpoint of that order block perfectly. So I know this kind of goes without saying, but if you're in puts or you're in shorts, people ask, like, what are your targets downside? If you can identify on the chart on where buyers would be present, that's where you should be taking profits on your shorts. So if I know that is an area of support or where buyers will step in on SPY, SPX, QQIWM, and I'm in puts from higher, it's like someone was asking me, hey, what's your QQQ target? Like, I was like, it's right fucking here. It's right here. Like, the premiums and how they move, it is what it is. I bought these contracts at like $2 and some change. So I bought these contracts at 206, right? And nice little move downside for the scalp, make $40 per contract gain max on it, you know, while trimming out. So whether I buy these contracts at 200 and it hits my full target and they're worth 240 or 260, 280, 40, 60, $80 per contract gain, all of that to me, it's not irrelevant, but it kind of is a little bit of irrelevant at the same time. It's when I take the trade, you should have a spot where you enter. And before you take this trade, you tell yourself you're taking this position because you see X, Y, and Z line up on your chart. It's the reason why I want to take entry here. If it goes against me, I sell it for a loss here. If it goes in my direction, I sell it for the gain right here. Whatever the premiums are at near your stop loss on the chart and near your profit target on the chart, for me, it's almost a little bit irrelevant. I don't care if I'm down, 5% or 15%, honestly, when it goes to that stop loss on there. And I don't care if I'm up 20%. I don't care if I'm up 35% when it hits my target downside. The chart hit the spot where I wanted it to go. So if you're right, you're going to be green on the trade. How green on the trade? I mean, it's up to, how the options move in your favor when it plays out. So don't watch the P&L. Don't watch your premiums, right? Enter into the trade and then take that shit off your screen. Go look at the chart and just watch the chart continue to play out until you're even proven wrong or you're proven right on your TA and it works out and you exit. That's all that matters. Sitting right here with Jordan the whole time, just being like, if we break this spot, it should go down and go hit my freaking target. I don't care about being up $20 or $34 per contract. The money's going to come when it follows your trade and you follow your TA. That's all that matters. The money's going to come as long as you follow your strategy and it works out. And that's all I did. I sat right here and I watched QQQ. And every time it got to the spot where I wanted it to go, I then pulled up my broker and I did a market sell at whatever the price was. Doesn't really matter.
making consistent money in the market is a byproduct of good habits. Nothing else. It's not a byproduct of you showing up wanting to make money every day. Like, you might get lucky here and there, but luck runs out, you know. It's a byproduct of you showing up, following those habits, those good habits that you know bring you long-term consistent success. Em said, don't tell me how to live my life, Casey.
Look at this back test rejection off the 5-minute 9.
Or
You can go lower.
Or no.
R nar.
I'll kick my own ass. Brad.
If you want another spot downside on QQQ, your pre-market high is coming up right here at 611.6. Your midpoint of the next order blocks is 611.16. SPY's midpoint of the order block is here. So SPY's hitting the midpoint of the order block from the lows from this morning. QQQ is not quite there. SPY was the better short. I did QQQ because of the trend line break. SPY didn't have it, but SPY and ES was absolutely relative weakness over there was so much better.
Yeah.
Look at it. Look at him take it. Look at him take it. Where are those contracts at now? 265. Damn.
Trump will participate in the White House briefing. Yes, sir, he will. 15 minutes from now. So maybe think about that before taking anything right into 10 o'clock or 10 o'clock for me, 1 p.m. for you guys. It's weird. I was like just starting to get used to the East Coast again.
Look at this rug.
Technically, yesterday I was up since 1 a.m. my time, traveling all day.
Damn. Gotta get damn. Told you, after the squeeze fires, they break that support. If it flushed, it was just going to be icing on the cake. Great job for the one still in the short, baby. That's a new low of day on SPY.
Oh, shit. It is.
Oh.
I'll be right back.
Sounds goody. Look, and I got to call this out live on X and YouTube. You didn't even have to be in the Discord for the small account challenge. Let's go. Great job, guys. Let's go. let me go. I'm gonna say, Casey, where are you posting these bangers? What do you mean? Right there, buddy.
Is Trump speaking at 1 p.m.? Yes. With Caroline Leavitt in the White House briefing. I can throw that up when it happens.
Watch for bouncy bouncy right here. Oh, we're on lunchtime and Trump is in, what, 7 minutes? So. All right, if you do go to X, you will see all of the charts there I just posted. So you'll see I took the QQQ puts shortly after noon, around 12:10. And if you zoom in on the first one, it'll show where I exit at 12:40, so just about 30 minutes. But you'll see the before chart on the left side of that zoomed in screenshot where it broke trend line after rejecting the previous week low retest, and then the 5-minute squeeze I circled downside, and then you'll see the photo literally right next to it. That's before and after, and there's your 5-minute squeeze downside hitting first main target. And then the last photo is SPY. You will see that 5-minute squeeze with bearish divergence was actually already leading and formed before QQQs did. So setup was better on SPY for the squeeze. The setup was better on the chart for the rejection and breakdown on QQQ. So whichever one, honestly, you took, you made money both sides. But those charts are posted. That kind of just puts a picture to the words. And here's your little bouncy bouncy on SPY and Qs at the bottom zones. Again, you have Trump in 5 minutes.
London low is target. I mean, traditionally, you could think that, but we never took out Asia. You could think it's like a London high to take out London low, but on a day like this, I'm not necessarily expecting us to trade the London low here. Can happen. But we could also get picked up and trade back to Asia high that was never taken on NQ. So I'm not super confident in that thought. No kimchi and chopsticks today, Jordan, only because I don't have kimchi. Well, I just got back from Tennessee yesterday, so I haven't had the chance to go to the Japanese market yet, but don't you worry. I think Wednesday, or no. I mean, today I have to go up to Santa Barbara, so I might just get it today. If not, Wednesday. We'll see. I need me some kimchi, though. Oh, wow, guys. It's Penguin Awareness Day. Shout out all the penguins.
Penguin Awareness Day?
Hey, man. It's a day for everything.
That is true.
Fuck. Shout out my penguins. You think penguins could trade, dude? If we taught them? If we just like raised them in a household? You think they figure it out?
Are penguins, are they highly intelligent animals?
I don't know, actually.
Like naturally? I feel like they would be.
Are penguins highly intelligent? Yes, penguins are quite smart, showing complex intelligence through advanced navigation, cooperative hunting, social learning, and tool use. Rocks for nests. Challenging the bird-brained stereotype with abilities like creating mental maps and recognizing individual calls. Oh yeah, they're elite. What marking or indicators do you use in your chart? In terms of indicators, not really much. I have this indicator that tells me the macro times throughout the day, which is just ICT macros by LuxAlgo. And then I have this that I use once in a while, which shows like the 4-hour candle on whatever time frame I'm on. I could be on a 1 minute, 4 hour. I don't always run it, just when I want to. This is all I actually use besides the ICT macros. These I don't use. These are just for fun when we're bored, and I like to look at EMP's EMA once in a while, but I don't use them. This is just to show me the New York, the London, the Asia session every night. So I don't really use any indicators that like tell you much, if that makes sense. Just laying out levels and doing that type of stuff. And then all the stuff that I draw are going to be fair value gaps and lines for buy side liquidity, sell side liquidity, midnight open, London highs, all that, you know. Like these are legit all the lines that I use right here in this template. So, I mean, this is stop raid, Asia high lows, order blocks, break even, buy side liquidity, change in the state, data highs and lows, equal highs and lows, all these types of lines I use, SMT. So for the boxes, it's always just bearish, bullish fair value gaps and inverse fair value gaps. I'll sometimes be using like volume imbalances and breaker blocks and things like that, but it's not always a part of the routine. But yeah, I draw everything. I don't really have anything that gets marked out for me. I show up every morning and my chart looks like this. I show up every morning and my chart's blank every day. And I start from top-down analysis, and I start from daily and move my way down. Santa Barbara has some of the best chicken and waffles. Where at? I gotta go try it. My favorite chicken and waffles is in Oxnard right now. Do you delete the gaps you drew that day? Yeah. Because they've been used. Not relevant anymore. Doesn't mean you can't still see reactions out of them sometimes, but like if a gap's been, like for instance, this like let's just look at this 15-minute, or this is not there. Where's a gap I could find that's like, I mean, I guess this 5-minute. But it's like I would never keep this marked into tomorrow. We've used it in a bullish area, or in bullish direction. We've used it in bearish direction now, trying to run through it. This gap becomes, like, even right now, irrelevant. I don't even need that drawn anymore as of now. It's pretty much gone. But yeah, I delete everything when I'm done trading for the day, or like when the day is done, you know. I like to keep my stuff on here while I'm on stream, of course, just to show you guys stuff. But yeah, end of the day, all this will be erased and it'll be blank. It's a great way to show up every morning because you have no preconceived notions or ideas of what the market's going to do. Like, I don't know, even when I would use like a VWAP or something, I'd wake up and see it like, oh my gosh, we're so far above VWAP. This means we have to retrace or something. And it's just not the case. Like, it's not what order flow is doing. Liquidity was not telling us we needed to rebalance, but I thought so because we opened so high above freaking VWAP, right? And you think you need to rebalance to that or something when there's no real statistical data on that on an intraday level. But those plays can work. It's just, I have clarity for that.
All right. If you did take the bouncy, this is a trim.
Nice.
On cues for the back test. Literally couldn't have been more perfect on spying cues for this. There it goes.
Yeah, I don't know. The best way I could put it is when I show up every morning and have nothing marked on my chart, I'm solely, what I'm drawing and what I'm marking out is solely me reacting to the market completely, rather than, again, like I said, I used to show up and be like, oh, this is what's happening. I'm already going to feel this way, instead of just letting the market actually show me an order flow and liquidity on what it's doing, you know. That's what helped me. But it's not necessarily the case for everybody, I don't think. Trump waiting room? Probably. Like your baby daddy and a DJ. He listens to Picky. Yeah, he's always late. I have it up, though. If you guys want me to play it when it comes live, I can. Otherwise, we can just kind of keep it on our other screen. What is the current narrative in the US regarding Trump and Greenland, as well as the EU tariffs? I live in Europe and want to get a feel for both sides of the story. So, like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't care about a single thing that's happening in that area politically. None of it matters for my trading. It might bring volatility to the market, but it's not going to bring direction or ideas. I don't even know what's going on. Like, I couldn't tell you. I don't even know. I have no idea. And I don't care. Personally, what I care about is just finding my spots in the market, my high probability areas, but I don't really have a rundown. I think, long story short, we're trying to invade it, though. Trying to take that shit. I don't know. I stay out of all that, personally. I'm just here to look at the charts and try and make my money. Whether Trump's doing this or Trump's doing that, or Greenland's being acquired or not, I don't know. I mean, I think it's tough though, Brent, you know, because a lot of the time as traders, we want to know exactly, oh, this news comes out, this means this. Where I do the same thing, but just with the chart, right? And that's where I think if we can switch our thoughts to that, I think everybody would be better off. I see everybody constantly. It's like, oh my gosh, this news came out. This is bearish, or this news came out. This is bullish. But I feel, Brent, I know you're with me and some of my boys in the chat, but it's like I feel like the only one that's sitting back and going, okay, that's doing that. But what is order flow actually telling me, right? The news may do this or that, but like bullish news could be fucking bearish and vice versa. None of that shit matters. What matters is the reaction the market is giving us. And the only way I'm going to read that is with order flow. So I get it though. You want to know why. I do too. But I want to know why from a mechanical charting perspective, right? And we can get that. The news is hard to do that with. But all power to you if you do it. Keep killing it. I just think at some point along that timeline, there comes a time where losses become too big because you're trading that environment. But I'm just a vibe trader, Emp says. Yeah. The best vibe trader I know. What's your method for figuring out liquidity and order flow? Fair value gaps. Fair value gaps are order flow. That's what a lot of people don't understand. It's just order flow within your actual candles rather than looking at this whale bought $10 million of stock or options or whatever. Like, no, I'm not looking at that really, right? Even though that can be useful. Absolutely, right? I hear Casey using those flows and he fucking kills it, right? But there's a system to it, and he follows that system that works for him. I'm just doing a similar thing, but just within the candles. What do you think about Clav going mainstream now? Yeah, I think whatever you think, he proved this point pretty clearly. He didn't go mainstream until when? Until he started looking how he's looking and doing the things that he's doing. Proved his own point, kind of, huh? And then they have Finn Wolfhard on SNL talking about him. Dude, massive W. Massive W. You have people clowning you on SNL. That's a W.5. Until he ascended. It's true. It's the hard reality. It's just true. Can't argue it. It's true. He's an interesting individual, though. Says some heinous shit. Does some heinous shit, bro. But his point stands. It's pretty clear. I've never watched a full stream. I've only seen clips. Emp was trying to join and he fucking removed me. Yeah, I've not really watched any of his streams, but I've seen plenty of clips, of everything. He's interesting. I mean, yeah, maybe for Maguire, I know you were wondering more about like Greenland. I'm sure Emp could probably come in when he does come in and give a little bit more color on all that. You saw the clip of the song in the club. Yeah. You gotta understand though that it's all a show. That's what you gotta understand. It's all a show. Because that shit gets clicks, and you gotta be really dumb to think that that's how they actually are thinking, So, posting that's crazy, but I know the intention. It's for clicks. It's not because they actually believe that. I feel like you gotta be really low IQ to believe that they actually are doing that, but I don't know. Everybody has their thoughts there. What an interesting world we live in right now. Unless you're Neon. Yeah. A lot of people don't realize like all of those streams are planned. For the most part, or an outline. Like with Neon specifically, I'm talking. I know Clav is a little more free flowing. But like when Neon would meet people, he would go up to him and be like, hey, like when the cameras are rolling, I'm gonna say some heinous shit to you. And if you don't want me to, just like, I don't know, do this or whatever, like stand out kind of the way. Don't be in the front line of things. It's a character, man. It's all a character. Smart kids, man. Smart kids. Just blame the clip on AI. Neon and Bradley at the gym. You remember Neon, Bradley, and the other kid? I forget his name. What's his name? Stable Ronaldo. Remember him? And Bradley slapped him because he took Bradley's hat off. You think that's real, bro? You think that wasn't planned out ahead of time for clicks? No, of course it was. But you make it a real interaction. You make it look real. It's live streamed. How can it not be real? All these things are planned. It's interesting. Ron and Lacey. Dude, Lacey really, like, turned shit around for him, man. Love to see it. I mean, he was big boy. And he really turned things around. He looks solid now. It's awesome to see. I love that. No, I've never watched one of their full streams. I just I'll come up on clips and shit on TikTok here and there, And I'll see them doing some wild shit. But I had noticed that about Lacey, man. Because I remember I seen clips of him from back in the day and, not looking very healthy, not really, at his best potential. Now he seems to be doing well, So I noticed that. It's cool.
No, you
Cool to
didn't.
see. No. What's up, playa?
No, you didn't. Liar.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go get some lunch. I'll be back in like 30 minutes or so.
Get some lunch, brother. Enjoy.
Appreciate ya.
How do you find your new week opening gap? It could be still a new day opening gap. The only reason I say it's a new week opening gap is because Friday to Monday or Friday to Tuesday. But your new week opening gap is just going to be literally where we closed on the daily to where we opened on the daily. So that level is marked out. The start of it is 556. Gap fill will be at 720. We closed here. We opened here, right? So that's how I'm marking those. Pretty simple. A lot of people, when I got into trading, I used to mark gaps like this. That's your gap. That's what I used to do. That's wrong, right? You're only connecting wicks when price closed here and opened here. So your full
I'm
gap is
so
there.
glad you brought this up. This is one of the main
I
things
was
preach on.
indoctrinated for the longest time going wick to wick, and stupidest thing. It's like, bro, you go from closing price to opening price. It's not rocket science. Like, you know.
Yes. So two things there. Edgeful, that's kind of what first kind of really made me realize like the statistics are very strong based on that gap. Like I know people look at gaps differently. They look at the overnight session, from whenever after hours closes to when pre-market opens. They look for those gaps, stuff like that. But I've always said, well, if price closed where Jordan just showed you up there and opened up much lower, there was no trades between where this price was at this time and then now where it is now. There are no trades happen there. So that to me is the gap. And you can also go look at SPX or IndieX that only trade RTH hours and go down to a 15-minute candle and you can see, and like Jordan's doing it right here, you can see the gap there. If you go to, just click on like a 15-minute, just go down to the 15-minute. And you can see where that last candle happened. Right where that last candle happened, there's your gap. And so like what I look for is previous session low and then the gap fill. So there's two clear levels to the upside that I would look for if we continued to the upside. Obviously we didn't get the continuation today, but just in general, it happens on a very regular basis. You're looking for the previous session's range if we open up outside of that. And then you're looking for the gap fill where the last trade happened on the previous day. We gapped down away from that or gapped up away from that. You're looking for it to come back to that area.
Yep.
And I'm going to go shove some more Costco pizza in my face and then I'll be on here.
Yep. Yeah, and the main reason like wick to wick just makes no sense. And this is something I did. I'm not bagging on anybody that's doing that. It's something I did too. But the reason it makes no sense at all is because like imagine like this gap that we had. Well, if we're going wick to wick, right, this is the low from Friday, not the closing price. So I'm saying it's the low of Friday, even though price closed way higher. I'm saying the gap starts at the low of Friday. See how that doesn't make much sense, right? Because we made a low Friday and popped up and actually closed at this 683 area, right? Or 681 area. And so from the moment price closed to opened up, it's not the low of Friday, it's the actual closing price of Friday, right? That's why, because the actual gap in price is there, right? And so that's where sometimes I used to sit there and mark out the gap like this, and I'd be waiting, oh my gosh, I'm waiting for the gap to try and fill when the gap's already started to fill, right? And I didn't even know it, and you're just kind of led wrong from the beginning. So definitely something for the audience to like take advantage of there.
Keep your screen up there. I'm just getting this ready for whenever he speaks.
Yeah. Perfect. Perfecto. But yeah, that's a great thing we don't really actually have ever really talked about. That's a good point we need to bring up. That's also why you guys will see me when I draw 50% retracements of gaps. Like the 50% of this gap is not this. But I used to mark it like that. But no, you mark it the same way you mark the gap from close to open, that's your 50% retracement of this gap in price, right? Those little things can change a lot intraday for you. Lutnick says US should grow GDP by 5% in Q1. It would be hefty. Where are we at right now? What is this gap I marked this morning? I don't remember what that was from. Oh, double 4 hour. That's where we're at. Okay. Yeah, no worries, bro. Watch too. For anybody that like just learned that with the gaps, when you're trying to, I know a lot of people are maybe trying to pick up when we fill a gap, if we fill a gap to a downside, you're trying to buy long, right? Watch how many times you get an actual good reaction off that level now. I still, you guys know me. I don't like to just like, if we gap fill, try and long or something. You absolutely can if you're good with your risk management. For me, it just does not work very well. I need to see further points of confirmation, but I guarantee if you're that type of trader, you're trying to buy those kind of gap fill areas. Now you're gonna see actual reactions at your level because you're actually taking them where the gap is filled versus at the wick of a daily low or something, right? Things will work much better for you now. Still no new low on NQ, but ES continuing. Taking out, almost taking out these lows from this morning. 8:30 Eastern. Another thing I've mentioned multiple times for those that trade a little bit more like my style. So it was this morning, I believe, right? We had this. Where was it? Hold on, let me try and find this. Maybe I didn't. Ah, yes. So this was nice when we made this leg up. A lot of people might be trying to play a little scalp continuation long. And we had a nice 15-minute gap here. So a lot of people might have been thinking, oh, let me long this 15-minute gap right when we tap into it, which would have worked well, but you would have had some decent drawdown. You may have gotten stopped out on that, right? Imagine if you were like, oh, I'm going to long at this gap and put my stop below the gap. You got stopped out and then I went to profit. How could you have found a better entry there? Using our lower time frame. So we have that 15-minute gap, but we also have order flow on the 5-minute as well. What's the key difference between these two gaps? Besides the time that they're drawn on. It's the fact that one of them is trading basically at or above the 50% retracement of this range, and one of them is below it. So when we have stacked gaps like this, it's always the question of which one do I use if I want to play continuation, Jordan? Well, if you're thinking long, we need to be longing in the gaps that are below equilibrium in discount, right? Because anything under 50% is in discount. Anything above is in premium. And so that's how you can look at this and go, yes, we have that 15-minute gap, which still ended up holding, right? But what did we also need to do? Rebalance to that 5-minute. And that's where you could see that and say, I'm going to wait to try and take any entries into this 5-minute because this is the actual gap that is in discount. This gap is in premium. I don't expect that to hold, right? Because a lot of the time we see stacked gaps like that. And a lot of people don't know which one do I use? Well, if you're longing, you want to be longing in discount, not premium, right? And vice versa for short. If you're shorting, you want to be shorting in premium, not necessarily in the discount of a range. That's how you can identify the key gaps to be using. Maybe I'll trade better now. I would say go back test, right? That's how you really know if you're going to trade better. You take things that are said and you implement them in back testing, and you see, okay, that brings me consistency. This doesn't bring me consistency. Let's weed out the bad things and keep bringing on the good habits. But I don't think, got to implement these things. Me just telling you these certain things that happen in the market, the way I look at things is not going to instantly just transfer over to you, right? You got to implement these things into your strategy, into how you're looking at the market. Let's look at Amazon thoughts. Let's take a look. So obviously, like, charts completely blank, naked. You guys can kind of see how I look at things from a perspective like this, right? Not coming in with any preconceived notions or ideas or anything. Just looking at price and order flow. Pretty choppy. Order flow is pretty mixed on this time frame here. Who's here? Options Mike. What's up, Options Mike?
Jordan, how are you, man?
Doing good, man. Back from traveling a bit. We're back on the show now.
What's up, Mike?
Hey guys, Ryan, how are you?
I'm good. I'm just finishing some pizza real fast. I'll be on here.
Let's
Dude,
go.
nice.
So people are asking about Amazon. It's been choppy, no real structure broken that I see on this bigger time frame, but it's definitely a little back and forth. But
It was looking better last week. It was holding the 21-day, but obviously everything got caught up in today's weekend news and stuff and what's going to happen here.
yeah, to continue to think higher on Amazon, I really want to see us hold that 220, which I know when you bump down the time frame, it's like that's a far drop, but
That's where it's been holding, that 200-day.
yeah, that's kind of my spot I gotta be looking at here. So
Yeah, it's just market's waiting. The market at this point wants to see, he's decided he's going to address the media today, so we're going to get that. But then he's speaking at Davos tomorrow. That's going to be really interesting that he's speaking there. I mean,
wait, where is he speaking tomorrow? You said
Davos. He's at Davos. He's flying out tonight.
Okay, gotcha.
So, that's going.
Oh, I do see that. Okay.
All the places where all the country and people you're fighting with, and going there and saying, "Oh, let's see what he's going to say."
Oh gosh.
So
interesting.
I honestly, the market is holding him better than I would have thought here.
We did get bought up pretty good, but
it did. But we're back on the lows here on the SPY.
Yeah. But like you say, it's tough to be extremely negative here when you're at the bottom of this range here, For the most part, you're kind of testing into these lows. Maybe we get another higher low from this area. Big gap above us to potentially fill now.
These dips have been bought. These shallow dips have been very quickly bought. And, the hard thing is here is, you're at the mercy now of headlines, whether it's Besant or Levitt or him or somebody over in Europe speaking, and it makes it much more difficult. And, I came into this morning, I'm like, I'm not shorting into this, not into the.
Not when you gap down like that over the weekend. That's hard to short the hole.
Yeah. That's the old Wall Street rule. Never short in the hole.
Yeah.
Apple lows of the day, though, getting hammered again.
We had some people asking earlier. I'm curious if you have thoughts on what's going on with Greenland and everything, because to be honest, I haven't even been looking at much. I don't even know exactly what's happening, and I just trade the charts anyway. So I'm curious if you have any takes, because the audience was wondering, and I didn't really have anything to give.
I mean, it's so you always try to leave the politics out of what we do in trading,
of course.
And it's difficult here because it's so wrapped up in it right now. he seems to believe that that Greenland should be ours, and that Denmark should just give it to us. And this is putting him at odds with Europe, and so he's going to put a 25% additional tariff on European countries that support Denmark and Greenland. And he got mad with Macron, so he's throwing a 200% tariff on wines and champagnes coming from there. And so, this is where we're at. And this, I guess, for the market, again, keeping politics out of it, this has flashbacks to Liberation Day back in April, when the market threw an absolute fit. And, kind of maybe doing that here. More concerning to me is the bond market. The bond market is saying it's very not happy.
The yields, yeah, I was hoping you'd get to that.
Yeah,
I was hoping you get to those yields. I'm curious your thought. I mean, that's where the actual, everybody talks about the taco, blah, 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 but the actual time where he actually pivoted, the hard pivot, was when the yield started blowing out. And we're getting into that territory again from what I see. I'm curious what you think.
Yeah.
I do too. I think the bond market is what everybody needs to watch. This is going to tell the tale, because if the bonds continue to tank and yields, we see this rates keep going up and up, he's going to have no choice but to, he's going to have to soften his stance, and that's kind of been his MO. He waits, and then he'll soften at that point, looking at the market. You have China has been dumping our bonds. Denmark dumped our bonds, but they don't hold a large amount of them. But it was symbolic. They're dumping our bonds. The thing is, Europe starts dumping our bonds, and some of the other bigger players, that could be problematic for us as well. And bond market is saying, I'm not happy, and maybe they're trying to send a message, into all this.
I really do hope we it sounds so bad, but I really do hope we get something that brings a little bit of some real fear into the market. It would be nice. We've been coasting for so long now.
Well, what did Bank of America came out and said the cash levels are the lowest they've been in forever this morning, and that everybody, I always find one thing that gets a little dangerous when everybody's on the same side of the trade. And right now, other than people like Michael Burry, everybody is really long, right? And they buy every little dip, they're putting money into it. So here it is. Cash levels dropped to record lows. Investors most bullish since 2021. Global growth expectations highest since 2021. Hedges a sharp fall to the lowest since 2018. When I see stuff like that, I'm like, I look at that and say, okay, this is why we're seeing these shallow dips and everybody's buying them. But if everybody's on the same side of the trade, you get problems here. Boy, can we have some problems really quick in this market as everybody's trying to panic it out.
Don't you think it'll take because I'm with you, like rates and like the credit can be a factor right now and everything else, but don't you think we need something like the tariff event to hit, like something like that to really I don't feel like we would just wake up one day and because of these things that we've talked about right now that things are down. But I don't know, do you have a different take? Because I'm just I feel like we need this event to come in and we wake up and, oh my gosh, this news came out and Trump's doing this and it's really bad or whatever. And, like tariffs was like that.
Well, listen, that would make an easier trade, right? That dip.
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
Easier buy back in April.
I guess that's what I'm hoping for, because it's like that man-made problem, right? It gets fixed in the market. But,
one thing we might see this afternoon are margin calls. Because, we're down enough here. It's not huge, but some people who are long into the highs might be seeing some margin calls if they're very leveraged up here, especially on some of these names that are getting punished, like Apple and Microsoft, right? And some of these others have been hit hard. We talked about this last week on Stocks on Spaces. We'll talk here too. All the instability in the markets is really coming from the administration at this point, whether it's Venezuela or Iran, or going after Fed's Cook, going after Fed's Powell, what's going on in Minnesota, what's going on with the 10% credit card limits. Now we have this whole Greenland thing, right? This is all really coming, and the market's held up very resiliently through it. Again, just not trying to take a political side. Just saying this is all coming from them, and it's holding up very well. This might be hitting the brakes, the tipping point, because the market's probably like, we don't want this whole tariff war thing again. If all you're going to do is constantly threaten tariffs, every time you don't get your way, then this is not what the market wants. And I think the Supreme Court decided not to rule again today on tariffs, which tells me that they obviously are probably not going to rule against them at this point. Otherwise, that would have been happened already.
Yeah.
And maybe if they did, that would be a good thing, because he would have to find another way with the help of Congress to implement it, and he couldn't just arbitrarily just put out there and say, I'm putting it 20% or doing this and that. But bottom line here is, the market is in a period of uncertainty again, and at some point, cooler heads will prevail here. I mean, we already have a military base in Greenland. I'm sure they would let us expand upon it if that's what we wanted to. I don't, this is just, are we really trying to break NATO up? I don't know. I don't know here.
Yeah, agreed. I don't see how they could rule against him. Well, they're definitely teasing us with it every time, aren't they? Saying we're going to do it, and then they just don't make a decision.
That said, there were trades to be had today. I made 3 trades. All of them worked, actually, believe it or not. Go figure. All to the long side. I traded AMD twice. AMD had a nice move today.
Nice.
I caught OND. Was it ONDS?
Yeah, Ondas.
ONDS.
Ondas having a hell of a day.
No, I traded Intel. Sorry, I was looking at ONDS and I switched off and grabbed Intel. I caught a little.
It's funny. I just went through the list of like popular names that are green today, like finding some relative strength in a down tape. Like Intel was one of the ones I saw. ARM having a good day. Did you trade ARM today? I feel like that's one of your names that you watch pretty often.
It was just those 3 trades, and I know Micron hit a new all-time high today. SanDisk hit another new all-time high today. I mean, the strength in that space is just unbelievable. Boeing had a nice rebound today. So there were things to do if you had your eyes. RGTI and the quantum names had a nice little move here today, quietly off. If you look at some of these names, so there was things to do. We talked about almost all these names in the pre-market. I jumped. I just kind of focused quickly on what was moving. This first 5 minutes, I didn't touch a thing. I'm like, let's see how this market settles in today. And something, if you're a trader and you're an active trader, you have to sometimes just say, I'm going to sit tight and let this market come to me before I make a trade, right? Those opening 5 minutes, especially even 15, can be very volatile. A lot of volume, a lot of whip back and forth. You have market, like we have a market on close imbalance every day. You have a market on open imbalance where you have automated buys and sells set up. So, let that money come in, get out, and then see how the market actually sets up from there.
88% year to date on the port. Let's go WAP with Ondas. That's like majority trading Ondas. VIX over 20. Yep. And these are the environments you guys really got to be careful on your sizing too. Talk about this every time VIX gets up like this. But
so for me, when the VIX is out of the Bollinger Bands, it's a risk-off environment.
Okay,
right?
Yeah.
It's out of the Bollinger Bands like it is today. It's risk-off until it comes back inside of it. Typically, when it closes back inside of it, that is a risk-on signal. It's highs of the day here. It's not highs of the pre-market. It's highs of the trading session. But, it's saying, it's not happy. So yeah, again, I'm trying to just take this as, okay, we've seen this before. We know how he can get when he's like this, but he also is very much aware that, the one thing I always remind everybody, he does base his presidency and how he's doing based upon the stock market. As much as sometimes in the night, whenever it's a new all-time high, he'll instantly come out and say, stock market hit an all-time high. Thank you, Mr. President, or something like that on social media, right? So he'll do that all the time. So if the stock market starts to sell, he will take notice. Because he knows that's he bases everything on that, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Here,
and it's been 40 minutes since he was supposed to come out.
Well, this is every president's been like this forever.
Yeah.
Netflix.
This is about the sweet spot where he starts to come out. The Netflix earnings, I think, are going to be really interesting. I think it has a chance to turn things around.
I mean, I can't imagine they have a bad report. And what I mean by that is, I assume they're going to beat on EPS and on revenue. They don't offer subscriber numbers anymore. They kind of hide them all and bake them in there. Because you have to kind of dig your way through it. They could offer year-long guidance would be good if they guide up for that. The biggest question I think the overhang is going to be, and they were smart to address the WBD new offer this morning instead of waiting to the earnings to do that, is, what do they really think? How they're going to make that work, and do they really think is going to happen? I continue to believe that deal will never go through. I don't believe this administration will ever let Netflix get a hold of Warner Brothers Discovery. I also don't believe the unions, specifically the writers and all the workers in Hollywood, will vote to approve this, because they all despise working for Netflix because of the way they do things. So I think this deal will eventually die on the floor, and probably Paramount will probably get it eventually.
Another new low of day there. Yeah, typically these press briefings, it's like they schedule it at 1 o'clock. It's 40, 45 minutes later. If he's involved, it's always about 40, 45 minutes after the scheduled time. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing go live. I mean, the stream has been up for 14, 15 minutes at this point. So we'll see. What's up, Shady? I see you in the chat. Yeah, we had a great morning. So like level to level, things just worked out. I mean, we held, if you like go to the NDX and just draw from the December low that we made to this recent high, we held right on the golden retrace today after a gap down at the open, pushed right back to halfback, which was also last Wednesday's low, rejected there and came right back to it. Now we're coming through it. So I was able to catch a few longs this morning up to that area, locked in profit, and I've just kind of been watching this afternoon. We're in a daily gap fill that takes us down about 50 points lower from here on NDX and NQ. So if you want to go line that up on your chart, you can look left a little bit and kind of line those up. Last night we traded there on NQ, but we didn't we haven't quite come down there during the RTH, the New York session. So I put more credence into what happens during market hours than I do what happens outside of the market, but never discounting it, always taking it into consideration there. But that's about all I've done. I mean, gold and silver keep trading. I mean, just gold and silver from all and Mike, I don't know what you think about this, but all the conversations I've been a part of, people a lot smarter than me in that space, there's about 9 different tailwinds behind them, and I mean, they're a flight to safety and in a huge breakout and in a macro picture. I mean, there's like multiple reasons to, I mean, it's kind of getting ridiculous. I get that argument, but outside of that, there's like multiple tailwinds pushing these things. And so it's like, I guess maybe it surprises me a little bit with how strong they still are and how crazy they've gone, but there's no real, I don't know, you have the flight to safety argument on top of a major breakout and a macro background. So I think you just kind of got everything going for gold and silver right now.
And you got countries buying it again because they're uncertain. So they're, instead of buying other countries' debt, they're buying that. So, it's a safety.
Correct.
It's where they're hiding right now. And it's a tough trade up here because it's run so much. And, it's hard to chase some of this stuff. It's like Micron every day. I don't look at it. I don't touch it because I'm like, it's up way too much. What did I see? SNDK is up 90% in 12 days.
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah. Now, Micron does look like, it's given up this move, which is interesting.
Names are not supposed to move like that. So I don't know. This is where I think you have to be really careful here with some of this stuff. You have to decide what you like and what you don't like. I know a lot of people have been saying they're shorting silver. I'm like, I wouldn't get in front of this thing.
Yeah, I've taken a couple little shots at it, but as soon as it goes in your favor, you have to lock in the profit because there's too many dip buyers, way too many dip buyers. It's way too strong. SPY and SPX this morning held the 50-day, pushed up from there, got rejected, and it was now underneath it, which is pretty concerning. And we broke all the structure on pretty much everything. all the trend lines and the uptrend and stuff, a lot of those have all been broken.
So, what I look here now is, we have volume today. So we're at 62 million shares. We did about 30 million shares in the first hour. So there was big volume on the SPY on the open. It's quieted down quite a bit. What you're seeing here is institutions aren't buying yet, right? You might have saw some retail and some funds buying out of the gate. You might have saw some short covering if people came into this weekend short, out of the gate this morning, cover them. But you're not seeing any real buying here in the market at this point. Looking at the banks, if you want to worry about something, you look at the XLF. It's getting smashed down here pretty good, and the banks have been so strong in this market, and now all of a sudden they're coming in and they're bleeding down. Market needs leadership again, and it has not been tech. SMHs have been strong, but it's been a very few names that we don't usually trade. Names like AMAT and LRCX and ASML and Micron and SanDisk. The names that we normally trade haven't really been the leaders there. So there's definitely some weird action going on under the covers, but still, the market here is still just under the 50-day. I just put the line to my chart. 675.20 is a 3% pullback. So that's your first level to watch on the SPY. That would be our third in the last couple months.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. Like, I mean, are they hiding in staples? Or are they hiding in healthcare? It's just kind of tough to even see where they're hiding on a day like today when there's so much stuff down. But there's certain pockets here and there that are still doing okay. I don't know. NVIDIA cannot get away from this 180 level. It just keeps coming to it.
Costco's up today. Walmart is not up, but they joined the queues today. So, typically when a name goes in, the first goes in, they sell all, everybody's taking profits there who had been holding it for everybody to buy it. Names like Coke are up, but they're not doing much. Same thing with Pepsi, right? Your safety names. J&J reports tomorrow morning. They're just off the all-time high.
CVS is up, Moderna's up.
United Healthcare.
Moderna's been on a crazy run. Yeah, UNH I saw was trying to get stuck at the 200-day again, but I saw that one. There's just not, I don't know, until Trump kind of talks to us this afternoon, maybe until really tomorrow. We'll have to see what happens. And then earnings-wise, of course, if Netflix comes out and reports super solid, and there's some read-through on it, that may help us a little bit. I mean, outside of that today, it's IBKR and United Airlines. I don't think there's a whole lot to go around there. J&J reports in the morning.
Yep.
Go ahead.
And Netflix is no longer really a tech stock, right? We used to consider Netflix a tech stock, one of these names. It's really a media company now. It's really what they've turned themselves into.
Yeah.
So... they're not really.
People look at the consumer. They're looking at the consumer there. They're looking at ad spend there a little bit, but I don't think they're looking at it on the tech side, like you were saying either.
It used to be a tech play. Now it's really it's a media company.
Correct.
It's what it is. So
a lot of people. I think it's like a record. So
here comes Trump. We want to get this live here. Can you guys hear that?
Accomplishments, and as you know, this is the first anniversary. January 20th, and it's been an amazing period of time. We have a book that I'm not going to read to you, but these are the accomplishments.
all right, guys, I'll catch you later. Good luck.
What we've produced.
Take care, Mike. Appreciate you joining.
Page, individual things. I could stand here and read it for a week and we wouldn't be finished, but we've done more than any other administration has done by far in terms of military, in terms of ending wars, in terms of completing wars. Nobody's really seen very much like it. I think it's appropriate that because Minnesota is so much in the fray, and I say to my people all the time, and they're so busy doing other things, they don't say it like they should. They're apprehending murderers and drug dealers and a lot of bad people, and these are just some of the more recent ones that we have, and I can show you some of the people. Vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? Because people don't know. Do you want to live with these people? International murder. These are people that are living, they're apprehended and either put in jails in their country from where they came, and the countries respect us, and so they actually put them there. In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because he let them all in. You know, if you didn't have open border policies of Biden, none of this, all of the things all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming from out of the country. And it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that, in many cases, they're murderers, they're drug lords, drug dealers. They're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers, they're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane. These are just in Minnesota. California, it's worse. In other states, it's worse. You know, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota, given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians, can you imagine? And they don't do it. A lot of very low IQ people, they don't do it. Other people work it out, and they get them money, and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes, and they come from here, they have no money. They never had money. They never had a life. They never had a government. They never had a country, because there's basically no country. Somalia is not even a country. They don't have anything that resembles a country. And if it is a country, it's considered just about the worst in the world. They come here and they become rich and they don't have a job. I was told that Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. She never had a job. She's a crooked congressman. So here's another one.
Bro, if anyone's still in this QQQ puts, you're freaking getting paid right now.
These are all what ICE is doing. And it's a dangerous job. These are rough, rough people. Weapons. Here's very bad. I'm going through this because I think we have plenty of time. I'm going to beautiful place in Switzerland where we'll be, I'm sure I'm very happily awaited for. In Switzerland, they don't know about this. They don't have this problem. They have other problems, but they don't have this problem. Look, killed somebody. And these are rough people. These are not, this was all allowed into our country through open borders. The dumbest policies, you know, men and women's sports is dumb. But to me, having an open border for the world to come in, drug dealers and prisoners. Venezuela, as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why one of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela. Now I'm loving Venezuela. They've been working with us so well. It's been